Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Welcome to the Sunday edition of Today at Keeneland. Gabby and Scott with you for the next 30 minutes. It's going to be an active day. The sun is shining. Cool afternoon, but hey, we'll take it after the weather that we received in the latter half of the card yesterday to close out Saturday. Gabby, it's going to be an active day with it being Kids Club Family Day. I feel like we need Buckles here, our mascot.
We do.
Like, Buckles should be standing right here in the background with us.
Make a cameo. I don't know. There's a lot going on today, though, and I love this day because you get so many families out, so many young kids out. There's face painting, tons of activities going on at the North Lawn, and activities going on everywhere all throughout the afternoon. So we hope that all of the families have a phenomenal afternoon here at Keeneland.
Face painting happening.
Are you going to get your face painted?
Well, I had it. I had it for the first couple hours, and I had to run to the restroom and wash it off. So I had Spider-Man.
Oh, I was going for unicorn.
You had me as a unicorn guy?
Oh, yeah.
Spider-Man all the way. So enjoy Kids Club Family Day here today at Keeneland. Let's dive into our social media outlets for Keeneland Racecourse. You can follow us at Keeneland on X as well as at Keeneland Racing on X, at Keeneland on Instagram and Facebook. Give FanDuel TV a follow on X, FanDuel TV Plus app. That's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and also download the Keeneland Race Day app on your smart device, whether it's your smartphone or your tablet, to stay current on all of the selections that we have for you each and every race day here at Keeneland. So a lot of different ways to stay involved when it comes to Keeneland. And also don't forget about the Keeneland April sale. That'll be part of the focus in the social media outlets, and then obviously down in the sales pavilion primarily, because getting things teed up, some big late ads, like we talked about Trendsetter, the Stone Street Lexington winner, going to be offered at the Keeneland April sale.
Yeah, so make sure you come out and enjoy the final day of racing next Friday, and then head down to the pavilion right after the final race.
Should we take a look back at yesterday?
Let's do it.
Starting in race number 6, Kentucky Belle in a battle down to the wire, and she's going to eke this one out for Brad Cox. Flavian Pratt had himself a very productive day here yesterday at Keeneland Racecourse.
Yeah, it's just his raw strength getting that horse to the finish line on top. Congratulations to Brad Cox. As we take a look at race number 8, Works For Me getting up for the victory. As you mentioned, Pratt having a big day, and he was aboard this one as well.
For Joseph Lee, good race, good horses in there, some seasoned turf sprinters, but Works For Me comes away with it. We're going to go to the Ben Ally, our co-feature on the day, grade 3 event. And Stars and Stripes for Bill Mott opened up as the favorite, settled as the favorite, and delivered in the Ben Ally.
I was pretty confident. I know we have a lot of horse, and he's a fighter. I came to the top of the stretch, and he do everything I asked.
And then in the Elkhorn Stakes, this might be the performance of the meet. Burnham Square dazzled all the trouble he got involved in, but he dashed away from a field going a mile and a half.
You know, from the quarter pole home when I tipped him out, you can tell he was the best horse. But we kind of knew he was the best horse when anytime Ian legs me up on one of these and just tells me good luck in the paddock, you better be ready. They're going to run big races.
It's unbelievable what he did on the dirt, you know, because that's an outlier to his whole family. He's just bred for grass, and the more distance, the better this horse gets.
The third Derby horse to win this week on the turf course,
Yep.
Kentucky Derby horse. It started with Just a Touch,
Flying Mohawk.
Burnham Square.
Sorry, I was trying to say it with you.
Sorry.
And it was a breathtaking performance. That was my favorite performance of the meet. Other than maybe Percy's Bar. That was really exciting, too. I think those are the top 2 so far. Leaderboard. Ira Ortiz Jr., he was out of town yesterday. Luis Saez, he won 3 races yesterday, so he's, eating into that gap a little bit. And then we get Brad Cox on top there with 13 wins. Wesley Ward in second with 7.
So that's a look at the leaderboard for the jockey and trainers as we're coming into the final 4 days of this spring meet on this Sunday, and then 3 days to wrap things up next week. Let's go to WKYT for the Sunday weather.
We're going to see a much better day weather-wise across our area, as we're going to see lots of sunshine out on the track today. Not going to have to need that poncho or anything, as temperatures are going to be much cooler. We're going to start out into the mid-50s in the early parts of the afternoon. As we get into the later parts of the afternoon, we're climbing into the low 60s, as we'll see mostly sunny skies, but a pretty good day. You'll just need the jacket if you're going to be heading out to the track today.
it's been one of those meets where, when it's been warmer, you're looking for shade, but today you're going to be looking for the sun, right? You're going to be staying out of the shade.
It was prime real estate under the trees in the paddock yesterday, but I think it's going to be the opposite today. I can't complain. We've generally had pretty perfect weather throughout the meet thus far.
And perfect conditions, really, when it comes to the course, fast and firm. It never changed over the course of the afternoon. We didn't get a ton of rain. I mean, we got rain, but it wasn't anything like we can see here in Kentucky. So fast and firm conditions. Our partners at John Deere presenting our track conditions for the afternoon. Our feature race number 8, 9 races today in total. So it's the penultimate race, couple of scratches. Scratch the 1, the 3, the 14 does not go. Rebel with a cause. Schwarzenegger, horse that we're familiar with, Indian Summer Stakes winner last fall as a 2-year-old. He makes his first start since the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint for Wesley Ward.
So I can remember talking to Wesley a little bit last season about this horse, and they had entered him a couple of times. They had to scratch him a couple times. Then they couldn't get him into races for whatever reason. And it felt like he never got into a rhythm, really, until the latter half of the season. And I think that kind of speaks volumes as his overall talent, because he finally debuted in August, and then he came back to win here at Keeneland, and then he went really fast in the Breeders' Cup and then just couldn't quite sustain. But all that said, I'm hoping that he can kind of get back on track and continue to have some sort of a routine and consistency this season.
He's one of the many graded stakes winners we saw last fall by Not This Time win. I respect him. I do. He's my second selection. They take the blinkers off, so they're changing things up there. You can see he's the number 4 horse. But I went to Sandal Song for Wathman Racing. His morning line price, is he like 8-1 in this race? I want to say he's 6-1, excuse me, 2 points off. Colt by Mendelssohn, his debut race at Gulfstream Park, he won a stakes race in the Royal Palm. Qualified for the Norfolk Stakes at Royal Ascot. This was his career debut, and he runs away and wins by a length and a half. Follows that up with a third-place performance in the Group 2 Norfolk Stakes at Royal Ascot behind Charles Darwin, a Colmore horse, and Wise Approach, who would come out of that effort and win a stakes race, but then in his final start of the season win the Group 1 Middle Park Stakes. He was third behind Wise Approach. So Sandal Song, like Schwarzenegger, we haven't seen him in a while. It's been a bit longer. It's been 10 months since that run in June at Royal Ascot. I don't think he's going to be 6-1, to be fair, and he deserves a lot of respect. George Weaver has done great things with these 2 to 3-year-olds over the last couple of years with the turf sprinters. So I put him on top, Schwarzenegger second, and then Monster in third. Getting back on grass, I think, is a big plus for him. He ran on the synthetic last time out. You look at his turf races at Gulfstream and Saratoga, very, very solid. He's a top 3 contender at the bare minimum, and I think he's a win contender as well. So I've got Sandal Song on top for George Weaver in today's Palisades. Yeah,
not to mention George can definitely get these horses ready off of extended layoffs. If you look at his percentage, 180-plus day layoffs, he bats at about 30%, so that's very good. I use him in second. I have a kind of an interesting opinion here. I actually don't know what price this horse is on the morning line, but you should be able to get a decent price. Can you help me out here?
I'll help you out. Throckmorton 6-1. So he's the same as Sandal Song.
Okay. Well, he did win the Awad 2 starts back at Aqueduct, and then he came back off the layoff last time out. I want to roll back this race at Gulfstream Park. And keep in mind, this is on the synthetic, but look at this horse bottled up down on the inside, Scott. He's getting bumped around by the 5 horse to his outside. Then he really doesn't have clear running room, and there was even more trouble that happened prior to this. And if you look at the head-on, which I encourage you to go do that, he is bounced around constantly from the quarter pole really to the finish line. It's hard to see that in the pan shot, but needless to say, he did not have a good trip. He also didn't get out of the gate very well either. So all that, considering he was coming off the layoff, it was on the synthetic, which he's been fine on, but he had a tremendous amount of trouble coming down the stretch in that last race and really coming out of the gate. So I think he can take a big step forward. Obviously, he runs against similar horses like Shipmate and Intricate Spirit. They're also going to be in this race, and I think he can turn the tables on at least them and continue forward here. So the 6 Sandal Song, as you mentioned, I like him for many of the reasons, and then the 4 Schwarzenegger, he's going to be fast, and I just wonder if that could soften up horses like the 7 Monster or other pace setters in here. I think it was encouraging that Throckmorton, with that trouble out of the gate, he showed the ability to rate, whereas in the past he had to go, but I think that was kind of a blessing in disguise that the connections now know that he can kind of sit off the pace.
You know what I'm rooting for is if Schwarzenegger wins, you think Kurt Becker will lay a little Schwarzenegger impression on us?
What do you
think? Get to the chopper. Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the feature.
Shipmate comes into the Palisades on a 2-race win streak for trainer Nolan Ramsey, who grew up here in the Central Kentucky area and so would love to get a stakes win at Keeneland to add to his resume. This horse is coming off a win over some of the same horses that he's facing in this spot, and this extra half furlong could also be helpful.
Actually, the first time out I ran him was at Keeneland last fall, and going into the race, he was mentally just green. We knew he was going to need a race, and I thought overall he ran well. He didn't break very good. He caught a wide trip, and he still ran a good 5th. The Mendelssohn seemed to take to the turf just fine, but I think the key for him is the distance at 5.5. He can win at 5/8. He is quick, but I think he's going to be better at 5.5, and 3/4 probably his best. But 3/4 is a kind of a tough place to find.
Shipmate's got a navigator trip from the 12 hole, but trainer Nolan Ramsey says the horse has an ability to drop off the pace a little more than he's shown, and that could serve him well with a little extra room in the stretch. Also out on the outside is the Intricate Spirit. Joel Rosario rode this horse in every start last year, and he's back aboard for the Palisades.
He won 5.5, and he ran 6.5, and he's I think he's fast, and we'll see how he come, what he have for Saturday.
What quality about him impressed you most when you were aboard him last year?
Yeah, I work him in the dirt. He's not as good worker as like in the grass. When we go in the grass, he just. It's just different. He turned out to be different, and like I said, we just hopefully we have some more in there. You know what I mean? Like this year.
7th renewal of the Palisades. The only trainer to have won it twice is Wesley Ward.
You forgot one of the best Schwarzenegger ones.
Lay it on me.
Hasta la vista, baby.
If he opens up and wins by a few, pressure's on Kurt Becker. Let's get into our key races. He's got options, right? He's got options.
He does. There's plenty.
Let's go to race number 6, key race on the afternoon. Non-1 2 allowance race, 1 mile and 3/16. This is restricted to straight 3-year-olds as well. It will start the late pick 4 and a couple of scratches to the outside and the also eligibles. Naughty Nix is 4-1 on the morning line, showing you how wide open this event is here this afternoon. I went to the 5, 15-1 on the morning line for Kravitz for the Wertheimers and trainer Graham Motion and Johnny Velasquez. 5:10-2 is the idea in race number 6. Here's Kravitz in his most recent start. Furthest distance that he'd gone, he's going to step up and trip yet again. And this son of Justify out of an American Pharoah First Stamp, Triple Crown up and down on the pedigree and the breeding, won at 21-1. So he springs an upset and is going to win by a half a length just holding on. So he built up towards that race as far as extending out to this further distance, and he's going to go a bit further today. And you've got the master Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. So I'll take a shot with him at 15-1. Noble Dynasty, second. He comes back a second time this meet. We saw him in the Transylvania opening weekend at Keeneland. He was just beaten 3 3/4 lengths, so a step down as far as level is concerned in a very deep allowance race. And then the number 2 horse, Surviving on a Prayer for Sarah Hamilton, trying the grass for the first time. Another long shot in there. So it's 5, 10, and 2. The idea in race number 6 for me.
All right, have some prices in there. I'm going to take us to race number 5. This race kicks off the pick 5 at about 7 furlongs on the dirt. We have a scratch of the number 3 in there, and that's it. Final Story is going to be the 4-5 favorite in that event. I should say the 5 is also a scratch in there. No crazy opinions in here. I feel like I've tried to beat Brad a couple of times this meet and it's not gone well for me. Seems like when he's in a position like this with a heavy favorite, he does deliver. Final story, 4-5 on the morning line. Probably should have gotten the job done first time out, but I always find that, especially at Gulfstream Park, it's really hard to win first time out going 7 furlongs. You can get them as fit as you want, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. He had, I shouldn't say he had a wide trip, but he had to go a little bit wide coming around the final turn. He puts the 2 horses away to his inside. You could see how tired those horses are to his inside that he passes. And I don't think he made a premature move or anything like that. I think it was just the situation that played out in front of him. But he gets nailed on the wire by Unsearchable. I do think he probably got a ton of fitness out of that event, and he should be able to take a big step forward here today. So I think he's going to be very tough to beat. But if you want to look for maybe other horses to throw into the exacta or try to beat the favorite, the 11 does point. First-time starter for Owen Hardy. Owen, especially with Godolphin horses, he's sneaky. He usually comes to Keeneland with a couple of really live runners. He has that outside post position, which it's never great to be way out there, but at least he has some scratches towards his inside. And then the number 4, Mokir, second-time starter for trainer Steve Asmussen. I think he's going to be on the engine early. He'll probably set the pace. It's whether or not he can sustain going the 7/8 today.
Let's look at race number 5. I'm going to take us to the opening race, which will get underway at 1 o'clock Eastern time. 50,000 claimers going a mile and an eighth. Now, I have to admit, I wanted to take us to this race when thinking that a horse like Tarantino was going to be in here. I thought he was going to be a pretty tough customer. He was my top selection for Peter Urton, but he's been scratched along with the 2 and the 6. So we're left with just a field of 4. They'll be going a mile and an eighth. These are always interesting races to watch play out when you've got fields of 4, and especially, it doesn't matter the distance, sprint or a long-distance race like this at a mile and an eighth. So with Tarantino being scratched, I end up with Hurry Hurry as the top selection. This is a son of Accelerate, who's gone a mile and an eighth multiple times in the past. I know he's been beaten a long ways in those races, but his race, I know it's going back close to 2 years, maybe a year and a half, at Churchill Downs in a starter race, where he was second placed via disqualification in the starter allowance, going the same distance, should be enough. And with Tarantino out of here, Hurry Hurry, who has won in the past at Keeneland, is the top play with the 1-horse Badge of War for David Jacobson coming in from Laurel, from Jamie Ness's barn. So we'll see how he fares. He could get a lot of attention in that race. And then Carollo Rapido for Jordan Blair, dropping back in for a tag after a couple of failed tries in starter company down at Oaklawn. They claimed this horse for 40 back in November at Churchill, and now he's running for 50 here today. So 4-1-7 in a pretty wide open little event to start things off, even though you don't have a ton of options to go to.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that those 3 horses did scratch out of the opener, Scott. But I will take us to race number 7. Again, 7 furlongs on the main track for this allowance event, I should say. The number 11 horse is a scratch out of this event, and we have El Naj going to be the favorite at 8-5. We'll talk about the late pick 3 in a little bit. I did throw in a ticket for the $3 late pick 3, and because of the base minimum at $3, you really have to make some choices along the way. So I'll talk about it later, but I did have a strong opinion with the 6 in here, El Naj. And we'll go back to his last race. This was 2 at Gulfstream Park, and he posted a 91 Beyer speed figure for the second place effort. His first race, he won. He was in the thick of it at the fairgrounds. He was on the lead. He showed a lot of heart. And then on this day, I just think the winner got the jump on him, Scott. He's courageous chasing him home, but he just simply ran out of real estate. And that race last time out shows me that 3/4, he was able to do it first time out because he was into the race. I do think he's probably going to be a horse that's better with a little bit more distance. So the stretch out to 7 furlongs. He just seems like a horse that really figured it out early. And usually when you see that, especially with these connections, Brad Cox, Shadwell, Irad, sometimes these horses are just tough to beat in this spot. But that said, this 8 Academy I was kind of interested in. I don't know how he'll do going this distance today. He did win at 1.70 miles, and that was over a sloppy sealed track last time out. It was also a long time ago, and it was at Delaware. But he posted a 90 Beyer speed figure. It was his only time on the dirt. And I know it was a sloppy race, but or it was a race on the sloppy track. But he's a little interesting to me in here, as well as the number 4, Tre Italiani, for trainer Larry Ravelli. He might just go and never look back. We know Larry Ravelli's MO.
We'll talk more about Tre Italiani, a little bit later on in the program. But let's go to the Clocker report, and we'll begin with race number 5, that about 7 furlong race for straight 3-year-olds. And look out for Cierto in this video. He's in between horses. He's a colt by Into Mischief from a wonderful race filly in Vexatious, who was a Grade 1 Personal Ensign Stakes winner. He's kind of dwarfed by the horses around him, but he's hanging in there and battling as he gets set for his career debut this afternoon.
Yeah, you could see the rider trying to encourage him along a little bit, and I think it was probably just because they wanted to get past that other horse that was to the inside. Sometimes works go the way you anticipate, and sometimes they don't. So I thought that was a decent little work for Cierto. He's going to be competing in race number 5. Race number 2, Country Club, the 5. He's also on the Clocker report, as well as Tilt-A-Whirl in race number 9.
So get your phones out, snap a photo. Those are the 3 horses that the Clockers have pointed us to, races 2, 5, and 9. Sailgrad Spotlight shines on race number 4, a maiden special weight event going 1 mile to 16. And Commerce, the number 4 horse, a first-time starter for Pin Oak Stud, $350,000 Keeneland September sale graduate out of the 2024 September sale, son of Street Sense, out of the Stakes Place Cantheros First Damn Valuable Package. Bill Mott working this horse down at Payson and comes up here a week removed from that most recent workout. Commerce for Pin Oak. Watch out for him, the Keeneland Sailgrad Spotlight horse in race number 4. Let's go to our multi-race exotics. You got the late pick 3. I'll start with the late pick 4 today here at Keeneland Racecourse on the 9-race card. And it starts in race number 6, that turf event. 2, 3, 5, and 10 are the 4 horses that I'm utilizing. We touched on this race just a little bit. I do throw the morning line favorite onto the ticket in Naughty Nicks for Jeff Angler, coming out of consecutive stakes tries down in South Florida. Race number 7, 3 deep, 2, 4, and 6. The 4 is the top idea there. Tre Italiani. We'll go back to him in a moment, as I mentioned before. 3 deep in the Palisade Stakes with 4, 6, and 7. And then in race number 9, the least amount of coverage there. Just going to use the Hund for Kelsey Danner, who strikes 21% of the time going all-weather to dirt, which that Tacitus colt, the number 1 horse, is doing in the nightcap, and the 3-horse Quarry for Claiborne Farm and Tommy Drury Jr. getting back on dirt. So a $36 investment in the late pick 4.
All right, I'll take us to the late pick 3. And again, this is a $3 late pick 3. Race number 7, I just mentioned Brad Cox in there. Looks to be pretty tough to beat. So I think he's a free square in that race. As we look at race number 8, using the 4, 6, and the 10, that is our featured event. The Palisades at 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Schwarzenegger in there, as well as Sandal Song, and my top pick, the 10 Throckmorton. And then I have coverage in the final race. I also use the Hund in there, as well as Quarry and the 8 Bod Beach. I don't typically go in this direction with longtime maidens, but he is running decent figures in there. And then the number 11 Asheville, a first-time starter for Brad.
So those are our opinions when it comes to multi-race exotics. Let's dive into our best angles of the day. Back to race number 7, Tre Italiani. I don't know that I've ever pointed towards a 5th place finish video when it comes to a replay, but it's about to happen. Tre Italiani comes out of the most productive race at Oaklawn and maybe in America. There he is. He turns for home with the lead. He's going to get past. He ends up beating 4 lengths, finishing 5th. Zero Sugar wins this race, who has been a standout. He earned a 96 Beyer speed figure in his follow-up race to this. He earned a 98 this day. And then senior officer finished 2nd. We saw him win just, last week here at Keeneland. He earned a 96 Beyer speed figure. Faust came back to win the 3rd place finisher. Him, the 4th place finisher, won. I'm mixing up my numbers. I can tell you that the 4 horses that finished in front of Trey Italiani all came back to win their next time out.
Okay.
He's looking to become the 5th.
Okay.
This horse,
Great.
Trey Italiani. And they're all
The
earning...
most productive race in America.
I'm serious.
In
Allowance
the world.
Race. In the world. Let's go ahead and call it that. Why not? Who's going to check it? I mean, we do have AI these days, so somebody probably can. Trey Italiani, for me, I'm going to bet him across the board, 5 across the board. Let's get Ravelli back in the winner's circle for a second time this meet. You've got to respect that race. It's an absurd... I mean, those are stakes horses.
Yeah.
That we're going to see running in stakes races, I have to imagine, at some point in time.
I just like the conviction. And you have sound evidence to back
there.
yourself up.
It's right there.
It's all right there. I love it. All right. Maybe I should have used that horse. Race number 9 is the final race of the day. As I'm looking at my picks and looking at the morning line, I'm a bit chalky today. It's unusual for me, so apologies if you were hoping that I would come with some prices. But the 3 Corey, 4-1 on the morning line in the final race. And Tom Drury, this horse hasn't run since December. This is a look at his effort. The last time that he was on the dirt, this was going a mile and a 16th there at Churchill Downs. And I thought he ran it really, really well, almost too good to lose. But unfortunately he did, and he did it as a favorite. So obviously some people might be a little concerned about that. But I do think that him coming back to the dirt and cutting back in distance to 7-8, sometimes horses get beat because they're just going a little bit too far. And that was the case on that day. But I like him in the finale. I also don't think that this is the toughest group of maidens, and he might be able to finally get the job done today. So simple win ticket there, $25 to win, and that'll do it for me.
I was so excited to have that teed up, and I just fumbled my best angle
there. You gathered
Did I get
yourself?
my point across?
You did.
Okay, thank you.
It was the most productive race in the world.
On planet Earth. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot.
Long shot play on this Sunday card comes in the second race. It's the 9 horse, Don't Be Salty. This one comes from the Tomlinson barn, and over the years, this barn has had the tendency in some spring meets to come to life in the latter, say, third of the meet. This horse has a pedigree to love the mile and an 1/8 that he gets to run for the first time in this spot. It's a step up in class, but we get a price for that on Don't Be Salty.
It's always good advice at the bare minimum, right?
Yeah. Every day is a blessing.
Don't be salty.
Don't be salty.
It's going to be a good day. It's a good show. What do we got? We're being told that they got something for us. What do we have?
Surprise?
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of AI.
All right. Our friends upstairs do love some creativity with AI.
They're quick,
Can
too.
we flip them, though, next time?
No.
I'm Spider-Man. He's Unicorn.
That's true. You've got the boys. I've got the girls at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go over there and get my face painted. So if you see me out and about with Spider-Man on my face, you know where I was.
Great show, Gabby.
Yep, you too.
Great show to the team upstairs in the control room. That was awesome. Enjoy a great day of racing at Keeneland.
In 2026, the Breeders' Cup returns to hallowed ground in Lexington, Kentucky, to Keeneland, where rolling bluegrass pastures give way to epic showdowns and legendary victories.
Flightline now beginning to move on the outside. It is Flightline. Breeders' Cup Classic win.
It's a perfectly timed sale.
When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment,
Sale's a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's want to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week.
Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electric and hybrid vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes the Lexington Theater Company's education director, Brant Cornelius, to perform My Old Kentucky Home. He is joined by the University of Kentucky ROTC for the presentation of colors.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folk roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes on knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away.
Please welcome the pre-professional company from the Lexington Theater Company's Artist Development Program to sing the national anthem. This group represents 4th through 12th graders from across central Kentucky participating in an intensive musical theater training program. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous
Keeneland is proud to recognize Tiffany Berryman with the horse crossing team as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Tiffany. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland, where the John Deere track conditions are a fast main track and a firm turf course. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the changes beginning in that first race, where the first of the day is rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick 5 gets underway. No carryover. In the opener, scratch the 2, Best Friend Rocket. Scratch number 3, Tarantino. And scratch the 6, Goldeneye. Again, that's in the first race. Scratch number 2, Best Friend Rocket. Scratch number 3, Tarantino. And scratch the 6, Goldeneye. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta wager on that first event. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. In that second race, the jockey of number 3, Nan O'Hara, has been changed. It'll be Danny Sheehy. That's number 3, Nan O'Hara, the jockey, Danny Sheehy. Third race, scratch number 10, Motown Renee. Also scratch the 14, Spotted, the 15, Willowy, and the 16, Hot Gamer. That's in the third race. Scratch the 10, Motown Renee. Also scratch the 14, Spotted, the 15, Willowy, and the 16, Hot Gamer. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Dandy Girl, draws in. The jockey as programmed. One other note concerning that third race today, equipment change for the 6, Shining Silver, blinkers on. 6, Shining Silver, change of equipment, blinkers on. Fourth race starts the pick 6, no carryover. Please note, number 1, Noble Anthem, will run with a left front bar shoe. Number 1, Noble Anthem, left front bar shoe. Also, please note, number 2, Saugeen, will wear a hood, not blinkers. And that was the same case on March 1st. Number 2, Saugeen, wears a hood, not blinkers, and will do so for the second consecutive start. Fifth race is where the late pick 5 begins. No carryover. In that fifth race, scratch number 3, Sense of Freedom, and scratch number 5, Owie. Again, scratch number 3, Sense of Freedom, and scratch the 5, Owie. Race 6 will start the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Jockey change on the 12, Beautiful War, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. That's the 12, Beautiful War, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. The seventh race is where the $3 late pick 3 gets underway. Scratch the 11, Big Gain. Again, scratch the 11, Big Gain. The featured 8th race, the 20th running of the Palisade Stakes. Scratch number 1, Track Tiger. Scratch number 3, Swung. And scratch the 14, Rebel with a Cause. That's in the 8th and featured race. Scratch the 1, Track Tiger. Scratch number 3, Swung. And scratch the 14, Rebel with a Cause. Please note, number 13, It's a Lock, draws into the race. 13, It's a Lock, draws into the race, the jockey as programmed. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw in. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Well, happy Sunday, Kurt Becker, and a happy Sunday to you all joining us here at Keeneland on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon. A little chilly, but after the cool temperatures we had late in the card yesterday, we'll take it. The sun is out. That's what we'll take.
The sun is out. That makes a world of difference yesterday. It was overcast, it was rainy, it was windy. Today, I can take the cooler temperatures as long as the sun is out.
It's Kids Club Family Day, and Buckles is out.
Yep.
That's always a big story here, and there's a lot of activities going on for the kids and the families.
Tons of activities. There's face painting going on. I even thought I saw some ponies out by the pavilion as well. So there's tons of activities here all throughout the afternoon, and it's going to be a great day for all those families coming out here to Keeneland.
At the bare minimum, we have a lot of horses here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Our featured event is the Palisades. It's race number 8, a listed stakes race for the 3-year-olds. And another phenomenal stakes race this spring here at Keeneland Racecourse. We've got Schwarzenegger coming back. You've also got Sandal Song making his first start since a successful run at Royal Ascot, where he was 3rd in the Group 2 Norfolk Stakes.
This is a very, very tough race. I think it's tough to figure out the winner. It's also very tough to figure out the pace scenario because there's so many fast sprinters in here. As you mentioned, Sandal Song for Wathon Racing coming in for George Weaver looks really tough. Schwarzenegger, interested to see his seasonal debut as well. I took a different approach. I went with a little bit of a price there with the 10 Throckmorton, but from top to bottom, that is a solid group and really a challenging race if you're looking at those multi-race exotics.
9 races ahead. The Palisades Stakes are feature race number 8, and enjoy Kids Club Family Day at Keeneland.
Horses in the paddock for our opener on this Sunday Family Day card at Keeneland. It's a claiming event, and the claiming price is $50,000. The distance, 1 mile and an eighth. And with the scratches, I ended up with the 7 as my top selection. Carolo Rapido, 5 wins for this one. And that's from 19 lifetime starts. 3 of those 5 wins have come in the last 7 starts. This horse has been popular at the claim box since last spring. Jordan Blair has this one now, and horse comes off a couple of starts in 2026 where he ran 5th and then 4th, but those are solid fields. Condition claimers at just short of this level out at Oaklawn Park. Edgar Morales in the saddle today on this one at 5-1. You're getting a little bit of a price because it is a slight elevation in class. Let's take a look at the inside horse, Badge of War, who was 8-1 on the morning line, but with the scratches, it's been hammered down to 1-2. Coming off a nice wire-to-wire win at Laurel in the first week of March of this year. 4th win. This horse also has 5 runner-up finishes from 21 starts, so either first or second, almost half the time for trainer David Jacobson. Tyler Gaffley in the saddle. First time that he's been aboard this one, but horse has good speed from that inside post position. Might be the one to set the pace in here, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of speed to go with him. So this 5-year-old Warfront Gelding could be tough to catch, hence the 1-2 price. My third choice and the current 5-2 second choice in the wagering is the 4. That's Hurry Hurry for trainer Matthew Sims. 5 wins for this one. One of them here at Keeneland. In 2 starts, 1 win on this track for Hurry Hurry. 5 for 16 overall for the 6-year-old Accelerate Gelding. Second start, or rather, really the first start off a bit of a layoff. There was a long layoff from April to December for this horse, and in the comeback race, didn't run especially well, but there was a good field. Runner-up, Tappet Shoes came back to win next time out. So Hurry Hurry in a much softer spot here for Matthew Sims, and coming off a bit of a brief freshening. 4 works over the Keeneland surface that show in the program since the middle of March. So they've put a lot of work into this one to get him ready, and currently 5-2 in the wagering. But the inside horse, Badge of War, may be the controlling speed in here. The rest will try to have to run him down. Best of luck on starting the early pick 5, 50-cent pick 5 with a win. The pool up over $170,000 right now for the pick 5 here on race number 1. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a claiming race for a price of $50,000, 4-year-olds and up. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 5. Scratch the 2 Best Friend Rocket. Scratch the 3 Tarantino. And scratch the 6 Golden Eye. As a result of those scratches, no trifecta, no superfecta, and no show wagering on the first race. Post time at 6 minutes.
Longest price in the field is the 5-horse, and that is Real Fast. And Real Fast is coming off a solid effort. An allowance company at Turfway Park on March 21st was 5th, beaten just under 7 lengths, and took a little bit of money, went postward at 7-1, and had a bit of a wide trip that day. Also a trouble line for getting shuffled back heading into the far turn there. The previous race, when this one ran 7th, 2 of the top 2 finishers in that race came back to win next time out. And then previously, in the previous 5 starts, this horse had 3 wins, a second by a half, and a third by a neck. So in a field of 4, do not overlook Real Fast for trainer Troy Wismer, who had a nice winner earlier this meet. 3 for 14 lifetime on this one. Still the heavy favorite at 3-5 is the 1 Badge of War for David Jacobson, the trainer, and jockey Tyler Gaffleone. Horse looks fine out on the racetrack as he jogs into his warm-up for race number 1. 4 wins, 5 second-place finishes from 21 starts, and this one has never been on the main track at Keeneland, but looking good for his first opportunity on this starter for the Sunday card. And it also starts the 50-cent early pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Badge of War walks up. Hurry, Hurry will be next, and then 2 more to load. Last 2 getting set, real fast coming forward. Carollo Rapido, the last one, walks up. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes Badge of War out for the early lead, but real fast going to be right there alongside in these opening strides. Carollo Rapido comes away in third, and Hurry, Hurry last of the 4 as they make the journey down into the first turn with Badge of War to be the leader. Badge of War leads it, opens up here by a length and a half, almost 2 lengths around the first turn. Real fast stays outward from the rail. That allows room for Carollo Rapido to move up a closer third down toward the inside, and then a gap of 3 more lengths back. Hurry, Hurry is now last of the 4. That opening quarter, 24.89 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go, and Badge of War the leader. Badge of War leads it by a length. Real fast is second toward the outside, 3/4 of a length. Carollo Rapido stays right there, tucked away behind the leader against the rail at the midpoint of the backstretch in third. And then a gap of 4 more lengths back. Hurry, Hurry is last of the 4. As they go through the opening half mile, 49.01 seconds. Badge of War leads the field off the end of the backstretch and leads it a length and a half. Real fast to the outside and still right there. Carollo Rapido behind the leader onto the far turn. Still third, though. Then a gap of nearly 5 more lengths. Hurry, Hurry is last. They swing down the far side of the course. Badge of War leading real fast by 3/4 of a length. Carollo Rapido is third by 3. And Hurry, Hurry tries to get going from the back of the pack. 6 lengths off the lead as they come toward the quarter pole to the top of the stretch. Badge of War real fast. Carollo Rapido to the far outside. And Hurry, Hurry is still last of the 4. Carollo Rapido has clear running down the far outside and is up to take the lead just before the 8th pole. Badge of War second by a neck, and then real fast third. And Hurry, Hurry is fourth as they move into the final furlong. A Badge of War is trying to come back to the inside, but Carollo Rapido still has the lead by a length past the 16th pole. Carollo Rapido. Edgar Morales aboard to win the opener at Keeneland. Badge of War was second, Hurry, Hurry third, real fast was fourth.
Nice ride by Edgar Morales here, keeping Carolo Rapido closer than he had been in recent starts. And that enabled him to sweep past the big favorite turning for home. Badge of War battled on gamely, but Carolo Rapido had the momentum and didn't give it back, winning the opener on the Sunday card and starting the 50-cent early pick 5 at 2-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. 7, Carolo Rapido first. Number 1, Badge of War second. Number 4, Hurry Hurry third. Number 5, Real Fast was fourth. 7-1-4-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 7, Carolo Rapido, owned by Craig Perrenboom, trained by Jordan Blair and the jockey Edgar Morales. Carolo Rapido, 5-year-old son of Curlin out of Catherine Sophia by Street Boss, bred in Kentucky by Don Alberto Corporation and Bridlewood Farm. 1 1/8 over the fast main track, 1 minute 53.66 seconds. First race results official. 7-1-4-5, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering at start of the early pick 4. The main track is fast. Jockey for the 3, Nan O'Hara, will be Danny Sheehy. Number 3, Nan O'Hara, the jockey, Danny Sheehy.
Coming up to race number 2 that starts the 50-cent early pick 4 on our Sunday card here at Keeneland. I thought the favorite might be a little vulnerable in here, and so I tried to beat the top choice with a bit of a price. Our long shot play of the day, Don't Be Salty, 10-1 on the morning line, down to 7-1 right now. This horse debuted on the turf, ran sixth and beat just one horse that day, but when moved to the main track in the 8th of January down at the fairgrounds, this horse won by 6.5 lengths, coming from slightly off the pace, going a 1 mile trip, and then stretched out to 1.70 miles and nearly won first time against winners. Now, that was a little bit lower class level than what she's facing here, but she was beaten just 3/4 of a length. Tried to go back on the turf. The race got rained off the turf, and Don't Be Salty finished 4th. So, been pretty consistent in those last 3 starts for trainer Michael Tomlinson. This is the former Keeneland September yearling sale grad from 2023. So just the 5th lifetime start. Could be a little upside left for the 9 here. Don't Be Salty, still at 7-1. The 2-1 favorite, but that's up from a 9-5 morning line, is Bartender. It's Brad Cox and Arad Ortiz Jr., the leading trainer and jockey for our spring meet at the moment. This one also has just 4 starts and has also been consistent. So you can understand why this one is favored by the public. Opened his career, or her career, at Horseshoe Indy last November and won by a nose, and then has followed that up with 2 third-place finishes and a 4th-place finish. This one is by Candy Ride and currently at 2-1 with a win and 2 third-place finishes from 4 lifetime trips to the post. For the 3rd choice, went to another bit of a price, and that is American Select for Keith DeSormo. James Graham in the saddle on this 4-year-old flatter filly who runs for a trainer who I think does good work with horses going longer distances. This one getting to run 1 1/8 miles for the first time. I think that could help this horse just a little bit. And the race at the fairgrounds, 2 back in February, was very impressive. A couple of lengths off the pace early and powered away to win by more than 11 lengths. That was a low-level maiden claiming race, but came back against conditioned claimers at a slightly higher level than this, at least by the numbers, and finished 3rd that day and was only beaten a little over 4 lengths. So I thought American Select, with the extra distance, might have a chance to run even just a little bit better. But the long shot play of the day is the 9, Don't Be Salty. Early pick 4 pool is closing in on $70,000. Fillies and Bears, 3 and up for a $20,000 claiming tag. These are non-winners of 2 lifetime, going 1.8 miles here in race number 2. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $20,000 claiming price, a mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. It started the early pick 4. The jockey for number 3, Nan O'Hara, will be Danny Sheehy. Post time at 5 minutes.
The battle for favoritism in this race has bounced back and forth between the 1 and the 5 since the wagering opened. Right now, they're both at 2-1, but a little more money has come in on the 5 Country Club from a 3-1 morning line for Flavien Prat, who had a nice day yesterday. Rodolphe Brisset, the trainer on this one, making her 7th lifetime start. She's had a first, a second, and a third, and 2 of those came in the last 2 starts. 2 back on January 10th was a winner, breaking her maiden and maiden claiming 15 company up at Turfway Park, and then followed that up with a second place finish, beaten just 3/4 of a length on February 13th. And also one of the clocker picks from the Keeneland website. The Keeneland clockers took note of just the steady work pattern for this one, and in particular they focused in on the April 10th 4 furlong workout in just a tick under 49 seconds flat. So Country Club moving well out on the track right now, and was moving well in the workout that was featured for the Keeneland Clockers on this morning's edition of Today at Keeneland with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette. Let's take a look at the 2-horse Romney Road, because there's a nice price here for a horse that was the 4-1 third choice on the morning line, currently at 10-1. Ryan Williamson, the trainer, Adam Biskitsa, the jockey. 12 starts for this one, 1 win, 4 second-place finishes. So you usually would prefer to see that a little more balanced, but this is a horse that has hit the board in half of her 12 starts, and so you think you've got one that could be finishing strong at a mile and an eighth. Just the 4th start on dirt, but of the previous 3, there was a runner-up finish and a third-place finish. So this one has shown that she can handle the main track, although most of her recent starts have been on the turf, save for a couple of races that were rained off down at the fairgrounds. Early pick 4 starting here. The pool's approaching $150,000. Good luck if you're diving in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Bartender walks up. Country Club. Romney Road, Dakota Cam. Nan O'Hara, Tudabella into the gates. American Select along with Tis Salty. Don't Be Salty will be the last one. Coming forward now. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Tudabella. Tudabella right out for the lead. Country Club has speed. American Select is there, and Bartender kicks in down toward the inside, but Tudabella clears the traffic and gets to the front as they enter the first turn. Tudabella slides down closer to the rail, leads at a length and a half. American Select goes second outward from the rail. Bartender third to the inside of that one. Country Club will go fourth. Romney Road is in fifth. Don't Be Salty is sixth around the first turn. It's followed by Nan O'Hara seventh. Dakota Cam is eighth. Then a gap of 6 more lengths back to the trailer. Tis Salty opening quarter, 24.26 seconds the time for the first quarter, and onto the backstretch they go, and it is Tudabella with American Select in pursuit. Bartender back toward the inside in third. Country Club is fourth in the clear, moves up now to challenge for third, takes third by a head, then a gap of 5 more lengths. Romney Road, who's back in the fifth position by a half length. Don't Be Salty is sixth. Nan O'Hara's seventh. Dakota Cam and Tis Salty, 48.98 seconds. That was the time for the first half mile, and Tudabella is under pressure now from American Select. A half length separates the top two. Country Club far outside is third, a half length. Bartender is fourth toward the inside, then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Romney Road in fifth, a half length. Don't Be Salty is sixth, still 8 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. Tudabella, the leader. American Select is second on the outside, still a half length separates that pair. Bartender looks toward the inside. Country Club is there toward the outside as they come by the quarter pole. Don't Be Salty has to go to the grandstand side, still 7 from the front. Country Club races up on the outside. Bartender is changing lanes behind that one. American Select is trying to fight back to the inside as they move by the 8th pole, and Don't Be Salty, who's running down the far outside to fourth. Final furlong, Country Club with the lead. American Select, Bartender, and then Don't Be Salty far outside. Past the 16th pole, Bartender, a final run, trying to catch Country Club. Country Club, Bartender, Don't Be Salty third. Country Club hanging tough. Country Club to win it for Flavian Pratt.
Country Club has certainly found her best form. That's 2 wins in the last 3 starts and very nearly 3 in a row. Slight rise up in class for this 4-year-old West Coast filly, but she handles it just fine, holding off the late charge of Bartender. So the top 2 choices in the wagering are the top 2 at the finish line, with a long shot play closing on the outside. 5, 1, and 9 to start the early pick 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race in the photo. Number 5, Country Club first. Number 1, Bartender second. Number 9, Don't Be Salty third. And number 8, American Select fourth. 5198 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 5, Country Club, owned by Motley Crew Stables, LLC, of Michael Motley and others, trained by Rodolphe Brisset and Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Country Club is a 4-year-old West Coast filly out of Cross Your Heart by Curlin, bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables. 1 minute 54.27, the time for the mile and an eighth over the fast main track. For the Motley Crew and Country Club. Results of Keeneland's second race official, 5198. The official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. The main track is fast, the turf firm today. In this third event, scratch the 10, Motown Renee. Also scratch the 14, Spotted, the 15, Willowy, and the 16, Hot Gamer. A reminder, 13 draws into the race. Danny Girl, number 13, the jockey as programmed. Also a reminder about the change of equipment for the 6, Shining Silver, blinkers on. Number 6, Shining Silver, blinkers on today.
Race number 3 is a maiden claiming event. Claiming price $30,000. They'll run 6 furlongs. Maiden fillies and mares age 3 and up. And I took a shot with a bit of a price in here. Solaya currently at 9-1, up slightly from the 8-1 morning line. This one is a 3-year-old Independence Hall filly. Independence Hall was a romping winner of the Fayette here a few years back. Source has a couple of nice works over the Keeneland surface, and they were taken note of by the Keeneland clockers in the End Today report on the Keeneland.com website. So this is a former Keeneland September yearling sale grad from 2024. Went for $100,000 in the Keeneland sales ring. Working well back here at Keeneland. So took a shot with a bit of a price in here on the 3 Solaya. A couple of runners from the Joe Sharp barn that are worth a look at here. I'm going to take a look at the horse that was the higher price on the morning line, and that is the 6 Shining Silver. Shining Silver currently bet in half at 5-1. Adding blinkers, Jose Ortiz is in the saddle. This is the 4th lifetime start for this Knicks Go filly, and Knicks Go certainly love this racetrack. And of the first 3 races, the winner of 2 of them came back to win next time out. So Shining Silver may have been facing some good company in those races in New York and then the 2 at Turfway Park, and dropping slightly in class from the level at which she competed last time. Her stablemate at 4-1 currently, up from a 5-2 morning line, is Gus's Gal, also from the Sharp barn. This one's been racing exclusively at the fairgrounds. And in the 2 starts on the main track, both were solid. The first one was a 5th place finish, beaten a little under 4 lengths. That was in the first week of December. Came back in start number 3, back on the main track after a turf experiment. And in that February 27th race, was a good second, beaten just under 3 lengths. That was at the maiden 30 level, at which Gus's Gal is competing today. Remember, the 13 draws in here with the scratch of the 10. Race 3. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, maiden claiming race. For fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $30,000 price. Double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast, the turf firm today. Scratch the 10 Motown Renee. Also scratch 14 Spotted, 15 Willowy, 16 Hot Gamer. A reminder, number 13 Dandy Girl draws into the race, the jockey as programmed. And a reminder, the change of equipment today for the 6 Shining Silver, blinkers on. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Let's take a look at the 7 Red Rays, one of the ones we did not feature in the paddock report. This one's dropping out of 2 maiden special weight races down into maiden claiming company at the $30,000 level. So the drop in class could certainly help this one. It's a practical joke filly that debuted here at Keeneland last October and was not far off the early pace, fated to finish 7th, but that was a solid field. And then next time out, going around 2 turns at Turfway on January 1st, set the early pace and held on pretty well. It was 5th, but beaten only 4 lengths under Luan Machado, who's back aboard this filly today. If you follow the notes from Jeremy Plonk on the Expert Picks tab of the Keeneland website or the Keeneland app, you would note for this race that he says history shows that you want to be up close to the early pace to have your best chance for success, and Red Rays figures to run in that manner in this spot, and looking good out on the track as she prepares for her second run over the Keeneland main track. With the scratch of the 10, the 13 draws into the race, and that is Danny Girl. Danny Girl hasn't been out since December 19th. Set the early pace going a mile at Turfway, but fated to finish 10th that day. But that was a higher level, maiden claiming $45,000. Prior to that, also ran here at Keeneland in a high-level maiden claiming event. The price tag on the claim was $100,000 that day. Finished 7th, beaten 10. So would need a little improvement, but from the outside, we'll be able to make the read of the race and settle in perhaps in the best spot to give Danny Girl a chance to get her first victory. Good luck. A minute to post for race number 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, third race. Here's Solaya coming forward. Tara Lee's Charm. Chasing Sunsets. Gus's Gal. $15 over. Shining Silver with blinkers on today. Danny Girl will be the last one. Leg up once again for the jockey. Back aboard Danny Girl, who comes forward. Everyone else awaits. Last one in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes Danny Girl from the outside. Right out for the early lead. Chasing Sunsets is away. Running in second. Shining Silver is third. Red Rays is fourth. Valiant War Girl fifth. Solaya is away in sixth. 15 over is seventh as they head up the backstretch. Cloud number 9 is in eighth. Spicy Rival is ninth. Crystal Frost is 10th. Tara Lee's Charm is 11th. Gus's Gal last of the 12 as they head on to the far turn. Chasing Sunsets is the leader against the rail. Leads at 3/4 of a length. Shining Silver second by a length and a half. Here's Solaya moving up in third on the outside by a half length. Valiant War Girl is in fourth. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Red Rays, who comes up the inside fifth as they come toward the quarter pole. Chasing Sunsets leading Shining Silver. Then Solaya to the far outside as they turn for home. Valiant War Girl is still fourth back toward the inside. Red Rays has to swing wide toward the center of the track. Still fifth, still 7 from the front. Solaya is coming after Chasing Sunsets. And then Red Rays on the far outside. Shining Silver fourth. Chasing Sunsets, the leader to the final furlong. Solaya tries to bear down from the outside. Chasing Sunsets leads it by a length at the 16th pole. Solaya comes at her again from the outside. Chasing Sunsets, Solaya. Solaya chasing Sunsets. Chasing Sunsets to win it. A half length on the line. Solaya was home in second, and then it was Red Rays across the wire in third.
Very game effort from Chasing Sunsets. Maybe the 3 starts was the difference. Chasing Sunsets had that experience versus the first-time starter, Solaya. Flavian Pratt wins his second race in a row as Chasing Sunsets for trainer Arnaud Delacour holding off Solaya to win race number 3 at odds of 5-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 4 Chasing Sunsets first, 3 Solaya was second, the 7 Red Race third, and the 8 Cloud number 9 fourth. 4-3-7-8 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 4 Chasing Sunsets, owned by Joanne Batchelor, trained by Arnaud Delacour. Back-to-back wins for jockey Flavian Pratt. Chasing Sunsets, a 3-year-old filly by Authentic, out of Dayanu by Sunday Break. The winner bred in Kentucky by Deanne Bear and Greg Bear. The 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.51 seconds. The results official, 4-3-7-8 official results. Today is Kids Club Family Day, presented by Golisano Children's at UK. Keeneland extends our sincere thanks for their continued support and the outstanding care they provide to children across the Commonwealth. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering has started the pick 6. No carryover, fast track, and a firm turf today. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Race 4 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In this fourth race, a reminder, number 1, Noble Anthem, left front bar shoe. And the 2, Saugeen, hood, not blinkers, for the second consecutive start. Contrary to the program, not blinkers in that prior start. Wears a hood, last start, and again today. Again, that applies to number 2, Saugeen. Post time coming up soon for race 4.
Race number 4 starts the $1 minimum pick 6 wager on today's card. Field of 9 going postward at 1 mile and a 16th. It's a maiden event for 3-year-olds and up, named the Green Lantern. My top pick is the 2, Saugeen. Josie Carroll, who had a winner earlier at the meet. Chiefswood Stable, also already a winner at the meet. And Johnny Velasquez having a good spring meet as well. Those are the connections for Saugeen. This horse was off a bit slow in the debut race on March the 1st at Gulfstream Park. And 7 furlongs is a tough ask anywhere going that far, that distance in the debut. So this horse ran a solid race with a 5th place finish. It was a winner that won by almost 7 lengths that day. So, and came back to run in a stake in New York. So might have been a pretty good field that Saugeen faced first time out. 5-1 down slightly from the 6-1 morning line for this one, who is the 3rd choice on the morning line. 4th choice on the morning line, and my 2nd choice was Noble Anthem. Arad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, the meet's leading rider to this point. 2nd lifetime start for this one as well from the barn of trainer Ron Moquette. Ran on March the 15th at Oaklawn. Finished 4th, beaten a little over 7 lengths. The 3rd place finisher has come back to win, and this horse was off just a step slow according to the trouble line that you can see there in your Keeneland program. Stretching out from 1 mile and a 16th, or stretching out from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and a 16th here. But this one's by Essential Quality out of an Unbridled Song mare, so the extra distance certainly should not be a problem for this one. Noble Anthem currently at 5-1. The 2-1 favorite right now is Upcountry from the barn of trainer Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffley owned the rider. This horse coming off a solid 2nd place effort going 1 mile and a 16th up at Turfway Park on the synthetic. It was on the 18th of March. Has been to the post 6 times with 2 runner-up finishes and a 3rd. A Keeneland November breeding stock sale grad from the 2022 year for an $82,000 tag here at Keeneland. 4-year-old gelding by Practical Joke, who has certainly a license to like this track that he will be competing on for the first time. Has trained well on it over the last 2 works here at Keeneland on April the 3rd and on April the 10th. 2-1 the current price on Upcountry. $1 minimum pick 6 starts here in race 4. 16 minutes to post time.
He has a really fun, important job. Isn't that amazing?
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Green Lantern, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Double wagering featured here, along with pick 3 wagering. It started the pick 6, no carryover, fast track firm turf today, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, left front bar shoe for the 1 Noble Anthem. A reminder, it's a hood, not blinkers, for the 2 Saugeen, and that's the case as well on March 1st. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Post time at 5 minutes.
Race number 4 starts the $1 pick 6, and there's a first-time starter in this race, and that is Commerce. And getting bet a little bit. It was down from a 7-2 morning line to 3-1. Current second choice in the wagering. Bill Mott's the trainer on this one. Junior Alvarado, his go-to guy in the saddle. And Commerce looking good as he breaks off from the pony and heads off to prepare for this first race of his career. A son of Street Sense, the former Kentucky Derby winner, going 1 mile and a 16th in this maiden event. And it's a tough ask, but trainer Bill Mott certainly knows how to get them ready off a layoff or to go first time. Doesn't have big numbers there, but when he's got to go, he can certainly win first time out. So we'll see how it goes for Commerce coming up here in race 4. The 8-5 favorite is Upcountry. Upcountry has considerably more experience. 6 starts. Hasn't found the winner's circle yet, but 2 runner-up finishes and a third-place effort. Jeremy Plunk's notes on this race from the Keeneland website in the Expert Picks tab notes that of these races for this classification, maidens going 2 turns on the main track, that horses that have that 2-turn experience tend to have an advantage historically, and Upcountry has made all but one of his starts around 2 turns. 1.5, really, if you look at the Ellis Park race, but everything else, mile and a 16th at Churchill. A mile is a 2-turn race at Turfway, and then mile and a 16th last time out, and was second. And then Tyler Gaffleone picks up the mount on this one, and he was aboard for the race last September at Churchill Downs when this horse went 1 mile and a 16th. It was up on the early pace and finished second that day to well-regarded runner that day in Chillicks. So Upcountry will need to find a good spot from that number 9 post position, but has some early speed with which to do that. And currently the 8-5 favorite to start the pick 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Green Lantern. Start of the pick six. Your attention, please. A late scratch. On the advice of the state veterinarian, the stewards are scratching number 6, Oubliette. Late scratch at Keeneland, number 6, Oubliette. Late scratch by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian. Windows remain open. Again, horses have reached the gate for race 4. Moving into line 4th race. Noble Anthem comes forward. Along with Reb. First wire finish here. Saugeen. Kingsmere, also Nomolimbo. Commerce, along with Moneyman. Here's Upcountry, the last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Kingsmere, and there goes Saugeen. Saugeen to the lead, along with Noble Anthem there to the inside. Kingsmere moves up to join that pair, and Upcountry wide in 4th as they head into the first turn. Noble Anthem scoots up the rail and will save the ground around the turn. Tries to poke ahead in front. Saugeen stubborn there to the outside, and Saugeen still leads it by a head. At a gap of 3 more lengths, Kingsmere third a length. Upcountry to the outside in the 4th position as they round the first turn to the backstretch, followed by Commerce. Then Nomolimbo toward the inside. Reb is running near the back of the pack here. here early on. It is followed by Money Man as they head off the turn. 23.64 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Saugeen to the outside, ahead in front. Noble Anthem right there to the inside. A length back to Kingsmere. Then Up Country to the far outside. In fourth, 2 lengths off the leader. Followed by Commerce, who's looking for some running room between horses. Nobo Limbo is sixth down toward the inside. And is followed by Reb in seventh. Money Man to the outside in eighth. 48.12 seconds the time for the first half mile. Saugeen, Noble Anthem, Saugeen, and Up Country tries to join them from third as they round the far turn. It is Saugeen outward from the rail who still has the lead, though, by just a neck. Noble Anthem second, 3/4 of a length, and then Up Country as they come by the quarter pole. Commerce is still in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Money Man swings wide for the drive, top of the short stretch, still 6 from the front. Saugeen, Noble Anthem still 1-2. Money Man tries to join them. Commerce is fourth in behind horses, tries to find some running room between horses off the turn. Saugeen's got the lead as they move by the 8th pole. Noble Anthem, then Commerce between horses. Money Man to the outside. They're all trying to catch Saugeen in the final furlong. Here's Commerce diving toward the inside. Money Man is third. Here comes the wire. Here comes Saugeen. He's cleared by 3. It's Saugeen and John Velasquez. Saugeen to win it. Commerce up the inside to grab second from Money Man third, and then further back Reb.
Very determined effort there from Saugeen. Second lifetime start. And we mentioned the challenge of debuting at 7 furlongs. And this horse did that down at Gulfstream Park and finished 5th. But shows a lot more speed in this second outing, going around 2 turns. And yet, Johnny Velasquez looked like he might be able to grab an early lead, and Irad Ortiz wouldn't let that happen, so Noble Anthem pressed this one all the way down the backside. Saugeen fought off that pressure and then fought off the late charge of the first-time starter, Commerce. So nice victory for the gelding by Mendelssohn out of a Curlin mare. Certainly had every right to like a longer distance. And Johnny V and Josie Carroll and Chiefswood Stable start the pick 6 with a nice win in race number 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race, the Green Lantern. Number 2, Saugeen, was first. Number 4, Commerce, was second. Number 8, Money Man, third. And number 5, Reb, was fourth. 2, 4, 8, 5, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Green Lantern, number 2, Saugeen. Owned and bred in Ontario by the Chiefswood stables of Robert and Mark Krimble, trained by Josie Carroll, the jockey John Velasquez. Results are official for race 4. Saugeen, a 4-year-old gelded son of Mendelssohn, out of Western Curl by Curlin. Mile and a 16th, 1 minute 47.02 seconds over the fast main track. And again, the results official, 2-4-8-5, the official results for Keeneland's fourth. In the winner's circle, the Green Lantern Trophy presentation to the connections of Saugeen. Keeneland welcomes the Ed Brown Society to the winner's circle for the 4th annual Ed Brown Race Day at Keeneland. Joining us are Chairman Greg Harbert and President Clark Williams, along with Ed Brown scholars, fellows, and board members. The Ed Brown Society celebrates the rich history of the thoroughbred industry and creates opportunities for all young people to gain exposure, training, and experience through scholarships, professional development, and internships that will prepare them for professional careers in the industry and beyond. We thank the Ed Brown Society and their members for their vision and commitment to bringing talented, emerging professionals into the thoroughbred industry. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. The main track listed fast. Doubled and pick 3 wagering. He started the late pick 5. No carryover. Scratch the 3 Cents of Freedom and scratch number 5, Owie.
Fifth event on this afternoon is 14 minutes from now. This will start the late pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and race number 5 will be run at the about 7 furlongs on the Beard course. Maiden special weight event, $110,000 purse for straight 3-year-olds, and we're looking at Cierto, a first-time starter for Calumet Farm, well-bred son of Into Mischief out of a stakes-winning first dam. This colt's mother, Vexatious, was a Grade 1 winner during her racing career at racing's highest level. Grade 1 winners are quite an achievement, and the mother of this colt able to achieve that. This will be her first runner, Vexatious. This son of Into Mischief, Cierto, been working well between Palm Meadows and Keeneland, working 47-4 out of the gate in company, and there's a good look at him. He's 8-1 on the board right now for Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. This was part of the focus on today at Keeneland, the way he worked in company, really digging in late in between horses. So pretty base son of Into Mischief from the Grade 1 winner, Vexatious. I'll put him on top on debut at odds of 8-1. Great price on the first-time starter. And the reason we're getting 8-1, and the prices are big on all these other runners outside of the 7, is because of all the action on the 7-horse Final Story, who's 2-5 right now. This is a Gary and Mary West homebred. He's got a nice pedigree as well. Colt by Candy Ride out of their stakes-winning first dam in book review for Gary and Mary West. Second on debut at Gulfstream Park. Chased a very quick pace that afternoon. 22 flat, 44 flat, 109-1 for 3/4. He actually had the lead at the top of the stretch and just beaten a half of a length in a 122-4 final time. So Final Story, promising debut. He was 4-1 that day. We're not going to get anywhere near 4-1 on this Candy Ride colt as he sits at 1-4 right now. He'll be tough. If he runs back to that debut race and takes a step forward, he even replicates it, he will be double tough. But I'm searching for a price with the number 2 horse, Cierto, in here. But I respect undoubtedly the 7. If you're playing a late pick 5, you have to have the 7 on your ticket at a bare minimum in this first leg of the late pick 5. And then rounding out the top 3 will be the number 1 horse, Our Forefathers, for Lee Searing CRK Stables, a colt by Constitution for trainer Peter Urton. Ran on debut to a horse by the name of Spun DMC, as well as Trouble Calling, who was 3rd in that race. And this is going all the way back to September. I've referred to this race as many times as I've referred to a race over the last couple of meets here at Keeneland as any race that I've referred to, for lack of better terms. But that race, Spun DMC just won the other day at Oaklawn Park. He was stakes placed here in the fall as well. And then Trouble Calling put together a brilliant performance to win a stakes race earlier this meet here at Keeneland. Just prior to that, he earned a very big Beyer speed figure. I think it was a 91 off the top of my head with his win down at Fairgrounds. But nonetheless, this horse was favored at Keeneland here in October. He was well beaten that afternoon. Started to make me question whether or not that race was live or not, but I think that the break in between races and coming back now at the age of 3 for a $1.2 million yearling at the September sale in 2024, let's see what we've got with Our Forefathers at 9-1. If the light bulb has gone on in the months that since we've last seen him, which would be around 6 months since we've last seen him race, $1 million baby at the September sale from a few years back. Our Forefathers, good price, 9-1 on the tote board. Just waiting for the riders up call with 11 minutes to post, and the late pick 5 pull approaching $250,000. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Greenfield Farms. Maiden special weight for 3-year-olds. Beard course about 7 furlongs. Main track is fast. Doubled in pick 3 wagering and started the late pick 5. Scratch the 3 Sense of Freedom. Scratch the 5 OE. Post time, 6 minutes away.
Coming front side, 5 minutes to post, race number 5, and looking at Cierto once again, I referenced the fact that he was on the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland. We're going to give you an opportunity to see that in case you missed it. His workout here at Keeneland Racecourse where he worked in company. He's going to be in between horses when we get that video rolling for you. He's now 6-1 on the board, so his price has come down a bit, and here they are coming from the top of the stretch home in the quarter pole and right in between horses. You can watch his horse. He's being asked to keep up with these other horses, but he's not quite as big as his competition in the morning, but he digs in. You've got to like the fight that you saw from Cierto in this workout at Keeneland Racecourse. So on the Clocker Report, that is Cierto, the well-bred son of Into Mischief, out of the Grade 1 winner, Vexatious. First runner for that Grade 1 winning first dam, Vexatious, here this afternoon. Let's go to the 4-horse McQueer, the number 4 for Tagermeen Racing, and Steve Asmussen. He showed speed and then he faded. It's always a positive sign when you've got a horse on debut that is able to do that. He was 6-1, so expectations were kind of mid when it comes to his debut to be 6-1. But the fact that he was as quick as he was, positive early portion of the race. Johnny Velasquez aboard this afternoon. He's a really good price of 18-1. So if he can move forward off of that race, and if the pace isn't as quick, he could be forward and have plenty more left in the tank in start 2 of his career. And if you're into pedigrees, go to the number 6 horse, Desert Fox, out of the Nick Vacareza barn. He's the son of Not This Time, out of the first dam, Silent Candy. That makes him a full brother to the Grade 1 Travers Stakes winner and 3-year-old champion, Epicenter, from just a few years back. And he's 31-1 on the board. The son of Not This Time, full brother to the champion 3-year-old Epicenter. Pick 5 pull, over $328,000. Just 3 minutes to get your plays in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Greenfield Farms, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, fifth race. Our Forefathers moves in. Cierto, Final Story. Here's Limelight. Also Mukir. Barracks into line. Desert Fox. Radar Lock goes in. Dawes Point will be the last one. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Mukir. Final Story has speed, and Radar Lock is there up toward the far outside. Radar Lock moves forward for the lead, and Final Story is right there to the inside. These two up front in the early going. Dawes Point third. Barracks is in fourth. Desert Fox fifth. Our Forefathers is sixth. Mukir is seventh in between horses. Then a gap of 3 more lengths. Cierto is next to last for the move up the backstretch, and Limelight is trailing as they work their way toward the far turn. Final Story to the inside has the lead a half length. Radar Lock is second on the outside, 3/4 of a length. Our Forefathers in third. Dawes Point going to be about 5 wide at the entry to the far turn. Stacks up to the outside of Barracks, who's in between horses. Mukir, who's a lane off the rail, moves up into fourth. That opening quarter was 22.91. Midway on the final turn, Final Story is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Radar Lock is second by 2.5. Our Forefathers is third a length. Barracks goes fourth up on the outside. Mukir is in fifth. Dawes Point and Limelight both nearly 10 lengths off the lead. A quarter mile to go. Final Story a narrow lead. Radar Lock is there on the outside. Our Forefathers has to switch lanes from the inside to the far outside. Is third, still 3.5 to 4 lengths off the lead of Final Story, who's moving by the 8th pole. And Final Story, a widening 3-4 length lead. Now it's 5. Back to Radar Lock in second. Our Forefathers third. And then Barracks and Cierto, who's fifth toward the rail. But all of this well behind Final Story, who wins it for Irad Ortiz Jr. It was Radar Lock second, Our Forefathers third, and close for fourth.
Irad and Brad back together again here at Keeneland Racecourse. Irad Ortiz Jr. for trainer Brad Cox, a homebred for Gary and Mary West, his Final Story, and he lived up to the expectations put on him, parimutually speaking, to be 1-2 at post time, and he opened up on Radar Lock, who was trying to keep up with him, but just simply couldn't. He's going to end up finishing second. A dominant performance from Final Story, 7-10-1 unofficial in race number 5 here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 7, Final Story, first. Number 10, Radar Lock, was second. Number 1, Our Forefathers, third. And number 2, Cierto, fourth. 7-10-1-2, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Greenfield Farms, number 7, Final Story. Owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox, the winning jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Final Story, a 3-year-old son of Candy Ride, out of book review by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables Incorporated. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.22 seconds. The results official, 7-10-1-2, the official results for Keeneland's fifth. In the winner's circle, the Greenfield Farms Trophy presentation to the connections of Final Story. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Race 6 on the way. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. The turf is firm. The rail at 20 feet today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 12, Beautiful War, Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 12, Beautiful War, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Time for the Sunday late pick four here at Keeneland Racecourse. It begins with race number 6, 18 minutes to post. 1 mile and 3/16 is going to be the distance on the firm listed turf course. An allowance race restricted to 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races lifetime, and a phenomenal betting board. We've got a pair of horses sitting at 4-1 atop the wagering here right now as far as the win pools. The number 5 horse is where I go, and that is Kravitz for the Wertheimers and trainer Graham Motion. This is the son of Justify, who comes into this race off of his maiden-breaking victory, in which he did so at 21-1 down at Gulfstream Park. But if you look at his form a little bit closer, he was second in his race prior to that at Tampa Bay Downs, going 1 mile and 1/16. They stretched him out to 1 mile and 1/8. Now, granted, he did catch a very fast pace to close into that afternoon, but he took full advantage of that. So just a longer distance race, an opportunity that he has here that he took advantage of at 1 mile and 1/8. He gets more ground here at 1 mile and 3/16. So he's by Justify out of an American Pharoah First Dam that is Triple Crown top and bottom. And we have seen through these years that we've had runners with these pedigrees, Justify, American Pharoah, turf, dirt. It really doesn't seem to matter. And he's done his best work on the turf as of late with more ground to work with, which he gets here this afternoon. He's 6-1 on the board. That's the number 5 horse, Kravitz. Then the number 10 horse, who is 4-1. Right now in the wagering, the 7 is 5-2. I may have missed that. He's the favorite. But the 10 horse, Noble Dynasty for Bessie Lou Stables and trainer Bill Mott. This will be the second time we've seen this son of Kingman compete here at Keeneland this meet. On opening weekend, he ran in the Grade 3 Transylvania Stakes and was only beaten 3/4 of a length to an impressive performer in Remember Mamba. So moves into the allowance company for the first time since he's broken his maiden, because his races since picking up his first victory came in the Pilgrim, as well as the Central Park Stakes, and then most recently the Grade 3 Transylvania Stakes. So he gets some class relief here this afternoon. By no means is this an easier race, but it's going to be easier than what he's run in, especially in the Grade 3 Transylvania a few weeks ago here at Keeneland Racecourse. And we're second consecutive day, or at least this week, that we've seen Bill Mott bring horses back for a second time this meeting here at Keeneland Racecourse. Noble Dynasty, a definite contender, 4-1 on the board right now. And then rounding out the top 3 selections for me, the number 2 horse, Survivin' on a Prayer, 35-1 on the board. He's a son of Connect for trainer Sarah Hamilton. Now, he broke his maiden for 30. He didn't run bad, though, in a starter $75,000 allowance race in his most recent start. I just think that there's upside with the 2 with the added distance. I think that the pace is going to be kind to him, and having more ground to work with, getting more of a rhythm. Surviving on a Prayer is my long shot play, and he is the second longest price in this field at 34-1. Phenomenal race coming up. Good late pick 4 sequence to come here at Keeneland. It gets underway in less than 15 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Runnymede, an allowance for 3-year-olds at 1 mile and 3/16 over the firm turf. The rail at 20 feet, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. And a reminder, the jockey for the 12, Beautiful War, Irad Ortiz Jr. Post time in 5 minutes.
Horses warming up the wrong way here on the main track, going the opposite way, I should say. 4 minutes to post for the start of the late pick 4. Let's take a look at a couple of horses that caught the attention of myself, starting with the 6 horse, Gerlach. The number 6 is trained by Brendan Walsh. He gets blinkers here today. Good-looking son of McKenzie, who's going to get to go out to the furthest distance that he's ever run. He's been off for 3 months as far as racing. He's been working down at Palm Meadows over at Turfway Park. And so often we see Brendan Walsh with his turf horses that run here at Keeneland. They'll work up at Turfway on the synthetic before shipping down this way, and that's the case. It's been 9 days since the last published workout for him on April 10th that I've got, where he worked in 1 minute and 2. So right now, sitting at 15-1 on the board, good-looking son of the Grade 1 winner, McKenzie, is Gerlach. The number 7 horse, Patrol Squad 6 for Dale Romans. He's the gray out there, the son of Midshipman. He's also getting to go out to the furthest distance that he's ever seen. He was pretty close to a quick pace at Gulfstream Park and just missed. He was the favorite in his most recent start. This is the horse that has separated himself in the win polls to be 7-2 right now as the favorite. So good price if you want to back the favorite here in this extremely competitive leg 1 of the pick 4. And then Epic Desire, the 11, 13-1 on the board. He gets back on grass. Last time we saw him on grass, he nearly broke his maiden. We saw him in the Virginia Derby in his most recent effort. He was 5th in the Sam F. Davis behind Renegade, that impressive Grade 1 Arkansas Derby winner and one of the top contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. But back on grass for this Uncle Mo colt could be a big plus. We'll also see him on Friday in the Keeneland April sale. He is hip number 8. That will take place immediately following the races here at Keeneland on closing day this coming Friday. So Epic Desire, looking for a nice update here potentially in race number 6 to his sale catalog page for the Keeneland April sale on Friday. 2 minutes to post, race 6, Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Runnymede, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. East Village comes forward. Noble Dynasty. Kravitz. Epic Desire. Garlic. Beautiful War, the last one. Going in. They're at the post. And they're off. There's Beautiful War from the far outside, comes out and shows some early speed here with Kravitz in between horses. Garlic between that pair. McCready toward the inside. East Village up close as well. Here's McCready coming up the rail to take a narrow lead as they head down toward the first turn. Kravitz is between horses in second. East Village scoots over to the inside in third. Beautiful War moves up one spot from fourth. And then Garlic to the outside. Going to be about 3 lanes off the rail to the first turn in the 5th position. And is followed by Naughty Nix in 6th. Epic Desire, a wide 7th into the first turn. And then further back as they swing around the turn, Surviving on a Prayer, who's down toward the inside in 8th. Gary Owen is 9th. Navigation, a wide 10th around the turn, running about 10 lengths off the early lead. Patrol Squad 6 next to last, and Noble Dynasty trails 22.92 seconds for the opening quarter. McCready is the leader as they move off the first turn and up the backstretch. Kravitz is in second. East Village, far outside, moves up, is now taking over the second position as they head to the midpoint of the backstretch with an erratic run off the first turn and stays out wide toward the far outside. In the meantime, Kravitz will move up to the inside as they head for the turn and is followed closely by Naughty Nix and then Garlic on the outside. 48.28 seconds was the time for the first half mile. McCready and Kravitz go 1-2. Naughty Nix, then Garlic. Beautiful War is in the 5th position as they swing around the far turn. And then further back, Navigation. Now, Navigation is right toward the center of the pack in traffic. Noble Dynasty has to go about 4 wide to the outside of that one. 7 lengths off the lead. They come for the top of the stretch. McCready is the leader by a length and a half. Kravitz, Naughty Nix to the inside. Noble Dynasty to the outside of Garlic. They both have to go toward the center of the course. Beautiful War is still back in the 6th position. Noble Dynasty trying to pick up the leader. Naughty Nix looks for running room. McCready still there fighting on to the inside. McCready with the lead, a length and a half. Noble Dynasty on the outside to second. Naughty Nix third. Kravitz is in fourth. It's McCready on top. McCready chased all the way to the wire by Noble Dynasty. McCready with the lead. McCready, Jose Ortiz to win it. After that, it was Noble Dynasty across the wire in second.
McCready turning for home with the advantage that he'd carved out in the early stages of this race for himself, and he's able to hold off the 10, who was trying to rally from off the pace and catch up with him. But Jose Ortiz had enough left in the tank to get this son of Practical Joke home for Novogratz Racing Stables and trainer Mac Robertson. It's McCready in leg one of the late pick 4 as the post-time favorite at odds of 7-2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, McCready finished first. Number 10, Noble Dynasty was second. Number 5, Kravitz was third. Number 3, Naughty Nick's fourth. 110.53 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Runnymede, number 1, McCready. Owned by Novogratz Racing Stables Incorporated of Joseph Novogratz, trained by Mac Robertson, the jockey Jose Ortiz. McCready, a 3-year-old son of Practical Joke out of Walk Close by Tappet. Bred in Kentucky by Locklow Farm. A mile and 3/16 over the firm turf in 1 minute 58.07 seconds, and the results official. 110.53, the official results for Keeneland's 6th race, the Runnymede, 110.53. Trophy presentation upcoming. In the winner's circle, the Runnymede Trophy presentation to the connections of McCready. Keeneland 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the $3 late pick 3. The main track is listed fast. Scratch the 11, Big Gain. Number 11 scratched.
Race 7, 17 minutes to post, starts the $3 Keeneland Late Pick 3, which does include our featured event, which will be race number 8, the Palisades Stakes. But we begin the $3 Late Pick 3 at the about 7 furlongs distance on the Beard course. Main track listed as fast, A other than allowance condition. And this number 4 horse, Tre Italiani, we're getting a good price, 7-1. This is a horse I was looking forward to as far as from a wagering perspective, as much as any horse on the card. He comes out of the most productive race that I've seen in a long time down at Oaklawn Park. He turned for home with the lead back on March 1st. He ultimately ended up finishing 5th, but he was beaten by Zero Sugar, who looks like a stakes horse moving forward. Senior Officer, who came out of there to win earlier this meet at Keeneland. Faust came out of that race to win, and a horse named Him. So all 4 runners in front of him came back to win their next starts and earn very fast speed figures. So can he become the 5th horse to come out of that race and win? We'll find out here this afternoon. He led them for a vast majority of that race, or a good majority of that race. So Tre Italiani at 7-1, now 8-1 on the board. Trainer Larry Ravelli looking for his second win this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're getting that good price on him coming out of that ultra productive race down at Oaklawn in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The number 6 horse, Al Najd, is my second selection for trainer Brad Cox, the 9-5 favorite right now. Brad Cox had a winner with a hot favorite just a few races back with Irad Ortiz Jr. That was for Gary and Mary West. This one for Shadwell Stable, homebred for Shadwell. A colt by Speightstown, maiden winner on debut. He was second in a quickly run race at Gulfstream Park in his first try against winners, off the bench by about 2 months from December 27th to February 22nd. So he's going to get the opportunity here to run at Keeneland for the first time. Second try against winners. Stretch out a little bit further in distance. Son of Speightstown out of a Kitten's Joy first dam. You've got that nice blend of speed and stamina when it comes to the pedigree, and a horse that has proven that he's talented looking at his 2 races so far in his career. And then the number 2 horse rounds out the top 3. That is Nation. He's also sitting at 9-5. This is a Bob Hess Jr. runner. Bob Hess sends out this son of Constitution, who comes into this race off of a run at Aqueduct. He's been pretty well traveled. This is a horse that was in Southern California, was claimed a couple of times. Bob Hess so good at pinpointing horses to claim. He took him for $20,000 last summer at Del Mar in Southern California. Came back with a 3rd place finish. He was a winner here at Keeneland in the fall in a starter allowance race, and now running for an A other than purse worth $120,000. Deserves respect. He's getting it. He's 9-5 on the board. He's a seasoned runner, no question about it. 14 starts, 4 wins, 3 seconds, and 3 third-place finishes. So watch out for Nation, as many are, as he sits as the co-favorite at 9-5. 14 minutes to post, race number 7. This begins the $3 Late Pick 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Garen Casey Sales, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up. The Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the $3 late pick 3. Scratch the 11 big gain. Post time 6 minutes.
Here's the one-horse Dr. Park for CRK Stable. Peter Urton, this is a son of Uncle Mo who does own a victory here at Keeneland. It was over a year ago, spring meet of 2025, and then he was laid off for quite a long time, came back just less than a year later and ran at Colonial on Virginia Derby weekend over in Virginia. And he showed a little bit of something early on and then faded in that race. He was beaten by Multiverse, who was the clear favorite in that race. But second off the layoff for a 5-year-old son of Uncle Mo, who was a $850,000 Keeneland September yearling back in 2022. If he can take a step forward and coming back here to Keeneland, the track we know that he gets over well, it's a good price, 10-1 on Dr. Park under Flavian Pratt. The 9-horse is where we'll go to next. That is Tamino for Eddie Keneally. He came off of a very long layoff to finish off a winning race by 3 lengths at Fairgrounds. You look at his races in Southern California before heading to Eddie Keneally's care at Fairgrounds in New Orleans. He was in some deep water there. He was third behind Westwood and Voldemort in his final race in Southern California, finishing third that afternoon, and then he responded with a huge effort at the Fairgrounds, running in 109-1, drawing off by 3 lengths. So he's 12-1 on the board and a price contender in this very difficult race that gets underway in 3 minutes. We've seen some separation now to the favoritism on the number 6 horse, El Najd for Brad Cox and Chadwell Stables. We'll see how this one plays out. Competitive group to start the $3 late pick 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Garen Casey Sale, start of the $3 late pick 3. Moving into line 7th race. Nation goes in. Here's Academy. Frosty Indulgence. Tre Italiani. 67 Mustang approaches. Tamino as well. Northern Chill will be the last one. Comes forward now. Northern Chill goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes El Najid. El Najid out for the lead. Tamino is right there. Tre Italiani has early speed as well. These three come to the front. Academy is away running in 4th. Northern Chill is 5th up on the far outside. Then Nation, who travels up toward the inside, in 6th. Frosty Indulgence 7th. Dr. Park is 8th against the rail. House United is 9th, and 67 Mustang last of the 10. Tre Italiani the leader. Tre Italiani to the inside, leading Tamino by just a neck. El Najid between horses is 3rd. Academy going to be wide from 4th to the far turn. Nation looks for running room. 5th down toward the inside. 23.04 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Back up front, Tamino, Tre Italiani. They go at it, joined by Academy to the far outside. A length off the front pair, inching forward 3rd. El Najid is in 4th position. Nation is 5th back toward the inside. Then Frosty Indulgence, followed by Dr. Park. 67 Mustang as they come for the top of the stretch. It is still Tamino to the outside, Tre Italiani to the inside. El Najid now swinging toward the far outside, joined there by Academy, who's been wide around that far turn, tries to move up in the center of the track with 67 Mustang. El Najid comes forward. Frosty Indulgence is running late from behind horses. Tre Italiani still has a narrow lead. El Najid is there. Oh, close quarters there for Tamino, has changed lanes. Frosty Indulgence clear running far outside, but still 3rd. It is Tre Italiani in front. Frosty Indulgence is there. Tre Italiani, Frosty Indulgence, head-bobbing photo for the win.
Close finish between Frosty Indulgence, who's trying to run down Tre Italiani, who made the lead, slowed things down in the opening half of this race, and then asked to pick things up. He does drift out a bit there, as you can see, and maybe even a little bit more as we take a look at it. Could be an inquiry in this race, but Tre Italiani maybe just holding off the number 3 horse, Frosty Indulgence. Here's another look at it as Trey Italiani and Frosty Indulgence hit the wire together. This will reveal the best look at it as the threes come into them. They're way out in the center of the course. Tough to tell. I think the 4 holds on, but hold all tickets.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 4, Trey Italiani first. Number 3, Frosty Indulgence second. Now the inquiry and objection signs both posted. More in a moment. 4-3-6-9, the unofficial results. In addition to the steward's inquiry into the stretch run of today's 7th race, and on the video screens now, the split screen, the program feed to the left, the head-on replay of the stretch run to the right, a claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of number 6, El Najid, the unofficial third-place finisher, against the unofficial winner, number 4, Trey Italiani, alleging interference in the stretch. In addition, the trainer of the unofficial runner-up, number 3, Frosty Indulgence, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial winner, number 4, Trey Italiani, again alleging interference during the stretch run. 2 claims of foul, inquiry, all pending. Again, the unofficial result, 4-3-6-9. Hold all tickets. Infield board indicating the steward's inquiry also includes the unofficial fourth-place finisher, the 9. 4369, the unofficial result. Inquiry pending. 2 objections pending. Hold all tickets. There has been a disqualification. Stewards have ruled that number 4, Trey Italiani, which finished first, shall be disqualified and placed 4th for interference in the stretch committed against both the 6, El Najid, and the 9, Tamino. The new numbers, 3, 6, 9, 4. Once again, the split-screen replays on the television monitors and video boards as number 4, Trey Italiani, finished first, disqualified, and placed 4th by the stewards for interference committed against the 6, El Najid, and the 9, Tamino, in the stretch run. 3, 6, 9, 4, the new numbers for Keeneland's 7th race. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th event, the Garen Casey Sales. Number 3, Frosty Indulgence, owned by the Dare to Dream Stable, LLC of Michael Faber. Trained by Chris Davis, Luan Machado, the jockey. Frosty Indulgence, a 5-year-old gelded son of Frosted out of Summer Fling by Shanghai Bobby, bred in Kentucky by Hindley Farms Incorporated. Results official, 3694, official for Keeneland's 7th. Trophy presentation, the Garen Casey Sales Trophy, being presented to the connections of Frosty Indulgence. Keeneland's 8th and featured race upcoming, 20th running of the Palisade Stakes. The turf is listed firm. The rail at 20 feet starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1, Track Tiger. Scratch number 3, Swung. And also scratch 14, Rebel with a Cause. A reminder, 13, It's a Lock, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed.
Race number 8 is our Sunday feature. It's the Palisade Stakes. For 3-year-olds, they'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf course, $300,000 purse. A couple of scratches, as you can see, taking a look at the tote board. And we're looking right now at the number 6 horse. That is Sandals Song. Sandals Song for Wathman Racing. Trainer George Weaver, Irad Ortiz Jr. will jump into the saddle for the first time on this son of Mendelssohn. He was a debut winner in stakes competition as a 2-year-old last May at Gulfstream, won the Royal Palm Juvenile Stakes, and by doing so, qualified himself for a run in a stakes race at Royal Ascot, and he ran well in the Group 2 Norfolk Stakes at Royal Ascot over in England. He was third in that event in just his second start behind Charles Darwin, who was a Coolmore winner, and then he was just behind Wise Approach, who in the final start of his 2-year-old season would pick up a Group 1 win in the Middle Park Stakes. So this is the first race since the summer at Royal Ascot for Sandals Song, but his 2 races that kicked off his young career were very, very impressive, and I would even say especially that run in defeat in the Group 2 Norfolk Stakes. So I'll take Sandals Song all day long on the heels of that, making his first start at the age of 3. And George Weaver has become so good with the 2-year-olds and then turned 3 and keeping them in top form. So the son of Mendelssohn, again, making the 3-year-old debut, currently sitting at 4-1 on the tote board. The number 4 horse, Schwarzenegger, a stakes winner here at Keeneland last year, won the Indian Summer Stakes October of last year. He led the way for a good chunk of the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint before giving way to Cy-Fair, the filly that beat the boys on that afternoon. He at least had a more recent race, I guess you could say, than Sandals Song, but I don't really think that comes into account when you've got 2 of the best turf sprint and 2-year-old/3-year-old turf trainers in the country knocking heads with these 2 horses, Schwarzenegger and Sandals Song. So blinkers come off him. Interesting move for a horse that's been so quick, and perhaps that'll work out for him. Have a little bit more of a relaxed tempo to him in the early stages of this race. Johnny Velasquez has ridden him throughout his career, and this will be start number 4 of this son of Not This Time. Schwarzenegger, my second selection. And we'll round out the top 3 with the number 7 horse. That is Monster for Jose D'Angelo. Back on turf, son of Leinster. Leinster has been a sensation with his first crop of runners that we've seen that are now 3 years old. They were very precocious at the age of 2. His turf races, in my opinion, were his best races between Saratoga and Gulfstream Park. He nearly won the Skidmore Stakes at Saratoga last summer. He has had a recent race, which could go a long way if these layoffs catch up with the other horses that I talked about in Sandals Song and Schwarzenegger. And Monster is a big price. He's a monster price at 21-1. Tyler Gaffleone will ride for the first time for Arundel. Again, son of Leinster, competing here in the Palisade Stakes. 15 minutes to post. Race number 8 also starts our late daily double.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 20th running of the Palisade Stakes. 3-year-olds at 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1 Track Tiger. Also scratch number 3 Swung. And scratch the 14 Rebel with a Cause. A reminder, number 13 It's a Lock draws into the race. The jockey has programmed. Post time is 6 minutes. The post parade begins with number 2, Walter the Mason, owned by Greg Green Racing LLC of Greg Green. Jeff West and Dwayne Yarber, trained by Greg Green. The jockey, Luan Machado. Number 4 is Schwarzenegger, owned by Mrs. John Magner. Mount Mellick Farm of David Findlay, owned also by Brooke Smith. Resolution Road Stables of Roy Israel and Laura Walker, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey, John Velasquez. 5 Archimedes, owned by the Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Staudiker and Angelo Carlissimo, trained by Mike Maker. The jockey, Flavian Pratt. 6 Sandal Song, owned by Wathman Racing of Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, trained by George Weaver. Irad Ortiz Jr. to ride. 7 Monster, races for Arundel of Alan Cohen, trained by Jose D'Angelo. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. 8 Reb 5, owned by the CJ Stables of Charles Sunson, trained by Mark Cassie. The jockey, Jose Ortiz. Number 9, Azizam, owned by Black Type Thoroughbreds, Swinbank Stables, Harold Ventures LLC, owned also by Adkison, by Brody Racing LLC, Glencrest Farm, also Campeche Stables, and Atkinson, trained by George Weaver. The jockey, Javier Castellano. 10 Throckmorton, owned by Gold Square LLC of Al Gold, trained by Jose D'Angelo. The jockey, Luis Saez. 11 Intricate Spirit, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Findlay, Mataket Stables of Saul Kuman, owned also by Kenneth Bites and Gail Bites, trained by Miguel Clement. The jockey, Joel Rosario. Number 12 Shipmate, owned by Kenneth Ramsey, trained by Nolan Ramsey. The jockey, Jamie Torres. And number 13, It's a Lock, owned by Forget About It Racing Stable of John Zanotti, Twin Sports Racing LLC of Jonathan Rapp, Cypress Head Racing LLC of Juan Calero, trained by Jose D'Angelo. The jockey, Junior Alvarado. Post time in less than 4 minutes.
Here's Throckmorton for Gold Square, Jose D'Angelo, Luis Saez, currently sitting at 7-1 on the board. Great price on this son of Caracaro, recently second in the Texas Glitter, his first start of the season, so gets that second off the layoff pattern that so many people, and rightfully so, gravitate towards. Gabby made a great case on Throckmorton earlier today on Today at Keeneland. So Throckmorton, he's won on turf, he's won on synthetic, he's a stakes winner up in New York in his final start at the age of 2. And he's got Luis Saez back in the saddle. Luis rode him in his first 2 starts, but he's gotten better since those first 2 starts. So watch out for Throckmorton. And then Intricate Spirit, the 11-horse, 6-1 for Miguel Clement. He comes out of that same race that Throckmorton does as well. He was just a position behind him, finishing 3rd, second off the layoff for him. Grade 3 winner of the Futurity Stakes last year, going 6 furlongs, ran an even race in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, but he's obviously come back at the age of 3 and been very competitive on the synthetic track in the Texas Glitter Stakes in his last race, which was just a month ago. So very good race and very good prices on some of these horses that look like they've got enough form and ability to go ahead and pull off this win in the Palisade Stakes. 2 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 8th race, 20th running of the Palisade Stakes. Moving into line, 8th race. Reb 5 walks up along with Walter the Mason. Schwarzenegger moves into line, also Azizam. Archimedes. Throckmorton. Sandal Song moving in. Intricate Spirit awaits. Monster. Shipmate walking up. It's a Lock will be the last one. Last one going in. At the post. They're off in the Palisade. Shipmate is alert to the outside. Throckmorton is there to the outside. Monster kicks in down toward the inside with Schwarzenegger now running in second as they head up the back stretch. And then Throckmorton will go third for the move to the far turn. Walter the Mason fourth. Shipmate a wide fifth. Intricate Spirit sixth between horses. Archimedes seventh against the rail. Reb 5 is eighth. Azizam is in ninth position. Sandal Song is in 10th off the end of the back stretch. It's a Lock is last of the 11. Opening quarter in 21.05 seconds. Monster has a 3-length lead around the far turn. Schwarzenegger second, 3/4 of a length. Throckmorton is third up on the outside, just over a quarter mile to go. A gap of 5 lengths more. Back to Walter the Mason in fourth. The rest have work to do because Monster is already in the stretch, leading Schwarzenegger and Throckmorton, who takes aim from the outside. Coming to the 8th pole. Here's Throckmorton coming after Monster. A late run from Reb 5 coming up the rail to third. Monster, Throckmorton, Reb 5 is looking for some running room. Deep stretch, Throckmorton to the lead. Reb 5 switches off the rail. Here he comes. Reb 5 on the outside. Throckmorton is still there at the wire. Reb 5. What a stretch run under jockey Jose Ortiz to win the Palisades.
Oh, the pace was so fast in this race. Monster caught a flyer out of the gate. He's on the lead right now. Throckmorton looks like he's going to be able to take this race over and be able to keep on going. But here comes Reb 5. He has to dive to the outside to avoid Monster. What a move from Jose Ortiz, and a clear winner in the Palisades. Impressive. Reb 5, Mark Cassie, CJ Stables.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. Number 8, Reb 5, finished first. Number 10, Throckmorton, second. Number 9, Azizam, third. The 13, It's a Lock, fourth. 8, 10, 9, 13, unofficial. Eighth race results official. 8, 10, 9, 13, the official results for Keeneland's featured 8th race. Moving into Keeneland Stakes winner circle for the featured Palisades. The winner, number 8, Reb 5, owned by the CJ Stables of Charles Sunson, trained by Mark Cassey. 2 wins today for jockey Jose Ortiz. Reb 5, a 3-year-old son of Vacoma, out of ill will by Palace Malice, bred in Kentucky by the Stone Riggs Farm. Keeneland September graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 4.06 seconds. The Palisade Stakes Trophy is presented by the family of Catherine McKee, Keeneland's longtime director of Horseman Hospitality, whose legacy continues to be felt following her passing in 2020.
Reb 5, ultra impressive in the Palisade Stakes for Mark Cassey, CJ Thoroughbreds, and maybe the move of the meet from this man with Jose Ortiz. Down the lane, horse is coming back to you. It looked like an immediate right turn. How were you able to judge that, to do that, and stay aboard?
Yeah, I knew my horse was making a very good run, and the rail was open, but it wasn't a big space, and I had the opportunity to angle right, so I did that, and the horse responded very well. I knew I was clear from horses outside of me, so I did that, and the horse took care of the rest. Just very thankful to Mark and the whole team who gave me the opportunity to ride him.
Your athleticism, brilliant, but to have a young horse like this, make that move and then just kick clear, how hard is that for a horse to do in the latter stages of a race, Jose?
Yeah, it's hard, but like I said before, I thought that I was making a very good run, and I was connected with him. I felt like the gap in between horses or the rail was a little bit too tight for me to go through and win the race. So I decided to go outside to the clear, and I made that move. So if that was the winning move, I'm very happy. But I think overall, I rode a very good race, saved all the ground around the turn. I think that helped me a lot too.
Great job.
Thank you, Scott.
Reb 5, impressive, and that man, ultra impressive. Jose Ortiz in the Palisade Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. The main track is listed fast. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
It's our final race on this Sunday afternoon to close out the race week here at Keeneland. And we'll be back on Wednesday to close out the spring meet with 3 races Wednesday, 3 race days, I should say, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So let's make the most of this 9th and final. It is the $1 Toyota Super High 5 event. This is a maiden special weight event for horses that sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less at their most recent auction, $85,000 purse. And the number 1 horse, the Hund, is the top play for me. For Crownsway Racing and Margaret William, this is a colt by Tacitus. 2 runs on the synthetic at Turfway, 2nd on debut, even 4th in his most recent start. When Kelsey Danner, the trainer of this colt, takes horses out of all-weather races to dirt, she's winning 21% of the time. And then 3rd start in this horse's career, another positive angle just in general. So 10-1 on the board right now on the Hund. I'll take my shot with this son of Tacitus to break through here. We'll see what the price is come post time. Quarry's the number 3 horse, 5-1 for Claiborne Farm and Tom Drury Jr. Gets back onto dirt after some synthetic tries. Dirt races solid, going around a ground. Cuts back to 7/8 of a mile, and that could be a perfect scenario. He's sprinted, he's gone long. His mile in the 16th races, he's had the lead, he's gotten past. So 7 furlongs could be an ideal scenario for this son of War of Will. That is Quarry, the number 3 horse, Tyler Gaffleone, taking the call this afternoon. And then the 2 horse non-conforming rounds out my top 3. Another 10-1 price right now with 13 minutes to post. Here's a colt that comes out of a well-beaten effort at Gulfstream Park, but he's back here in Kentucky where he's run 2 good races. So that last race, beaten 59 lengths. The fact that they're not dropping him and giving him another opportunity gives me hope that he's clearly better than that, and we've seen him be better than that. So that's the gamble on non-conforming to make him my 3rd selection. 12 minutes away from post time for the 9th and final at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race maiden auction. 3-year-olds maidens that sold or were reserved not attained for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction appearance. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the also eligibles. Take out 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time is 7 minutes.
Five minutes away from the nightcap here at Keeneland, race number 9, 7 furlong distance, 3-year-olds, maiden auction restricted event. We're looking at the 5-horse Tom's Cruising, Dare to Dream stable, Chris Davis looking for the double. They got the win by way of disqualification a couple of races back. This horse getting attention, 9-1 on the board right now. 1 start, a 4th place finish. He was 10-1 that day, gets on to the dirt here this afternoon for the first time, at least in the afternoon. So Tom's Cruising, Johnny Velasquez in the saddle, live on the board at odds of 9-1. Tilt a Twirl is the next one we'll look at. There he is for Calumet Farm, a son of Twirling Candy, who has put in some strong workouts here at Keeneland. He worked a bullet 2 works back, and on the 12th of April, the clockers pointed towards him working in company with a horse by the name of Evelyn Louise, a Vicky Oliver trained runner. This gelding hasn't missed a beat in the morning since mid-February. So Tilt a Twirl, a first-time starter by Twirling Candy, and Rusty Arnold has won a lot of races through the years with sons and daughters of Twirling Candy. And then finally, the 11 horse will round out the discussion frontside. Asheville currently sitting at 8-5, first-time starter for Windstar Farm, First Go Racing. Bred by Windstar Farm, a son of Omaha Beach, training down at Payson, comes up here to Kentucky for Brad Cox. You've got Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, the stoutest team as far as trainer and jockey is concerned this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's the 8-5 favorite, the current favorite, I should say, as the first-time starter in the nightcap. Good luck in race number 9.
Thank you.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race. Moving into line, 9th race. Prince JJ and Hutchinson coming forward. Tom's Cruising moves into line. Tilt-a-Twirl and also Asheville await. They now move in. Yes, Chef will be the last one. Comes walking up. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. There's Play on Words. Yes, Chef on the far outside. Tom's Cruising and Non-Conforming, who comes away a close-up 4th as they head up the backstretch. The Hund is away in 5th. Tilt-a-Twirl 6th between horses. Bod Beach toward the center of the pack in 7th. Asheville is 8th toward the outside. Quarry scoots up the rail from 9th past. Prince JJ in 10th. Hutchinson is 11th. Tacking up is last of the 12. Tom's Cruising is up for the lead. Tom's Cruising's got the lead ahead. Outward from the rail, though, to the far turn. And has Non-Conforming right there to the inside in 2nd. Another length then back to Play on Words in 3rd. It was 22.12 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. The Hund and then Tilt-a-Twirl, who's 5th, now taking 4th on the outside, 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 more back to Quarry, who travels against the rail around the far turn in the 6th position. Asheville is still about a dozen lengths off the lead as they come for the top of the stretch. Play on Words to the outside to challenge Non-Conforming. Tilt-a-Twirl is there, moving up 3rd on the far outside as they turn for home. Quarry has to swing out to the center of the track. The Hund is fifth back toward the inside. Play on boards right alongside of non-conforming. Here comes Quarry down the outside, but needs to find more. The leader's at the 8th pole. It is non-conforming, a narrow lead. Play on words, then Quarry, then Tilt to Twirl. Asheville still far back. Non-conforming is the leader. Quarry is second. 2 lengths between them. 16th pole, and then Tilt to Twirl third. Non-conforming in front for Luis Saez. Non-conforming to win it. Quarry was across the line in second. Asheville rallied up for third on the line at the expense of Tilt to Twirl in fourth, and then the Hund in fifth.
Non-conforming bouncing back here today in a big way off of that goal run down at Gulfstream Park. Comes here to Kentucky where he'd run well in the past in his debut effort back in the fall. And he capitalizes for Brian Lynch and Susan and Jim Hill, a son of Unified, a Keeneland September sale graduate, just an $11,000 yearling, taking the lion's share of the $85,000 purse here in the nightcap.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth and final race. Number 2, non-conforming first. Number 3, Quarry was second. The 11, Asheville, was third. Number 6, Tilt to Twirl, fourth. Number 1, the Hund, was fifth. 2, 3, 11, 6, 1, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth and final race, number 2, non-conforming, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by Brian Lynch, the jockey Luis Saez. Non-conforming, a 3-year-old son of Unified out of Flout by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by PTK LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 25.13 seconds. Ninth race results official, 2, 3, 11, 6, 1, the official results. The pick 6 pays on 5 of 6 today with a $54,000 carryover when live racing resumes on Wednesday at Keeneland, 1 p.m. Eastern. The late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. But again, the pick 6 at Keeneland today pays on 5 of 6 with a $54,000 carryover when live racing resumes, 1 p.m. on Wednesday. This reminder, simulcasting will close in approximately 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.